experience that make the whole world smile. By your kindness and talent, and sharing your commitment to help the whole world smile. By your passion and intention, lend us a hand. No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, there's no big deal for us walking forward together. No matter when you know, no matter what is your pose, there's way to go for us serving to all the people around the world. Sharing your experience that make the whole world smile. By your kindness and talent, and sharing your commitment to help the whole world smile. By your passion and intention, lend us a hand. That make the whole world smile. By your kindness and talent, and sharing your commitment to help the whole world smile. By your passion and intention, sharing your experience that make the whole world smile. By your kindness and talent, and sharing your commitment to help the whole world smile. By your passion and intention, sharing your experience that make the whole world smile. By your kindness and talent, and sharing your commitment to help the whole world smile. By your passion and intention, lend us a hand. By your passion and intention, lend us a hand. Come to join with us, ICD, give us your hands.
The International College of Dentists is the oldest and largest international honour society for dentists in the world. Established in 1928, the college has more than 12,000 members in 122 countries who've been awarded the prestigious title of Fellow in the ICD. Our motto is recognising service and the opportunity to serve. ICD aims to achieve 5 goals following the 5 college core values to which they're linked: leadership, recognition, humanitarianism, education, and professional relations. Leadership: to uphold the highest standard of professional competence and personal ethics. Recognition: to recognise distinguished service to the profession and the public worldwide. Humanitarianism: to foster measures for the prevention and treatment of oral disease by encouraging and supporting humanitarian projects. Education: to contribute to the advancement of the profession of dentistry by offering the growth and diffusion of dental knowledge worldwide. Professional relations: provide a universal forum for the cultivation of cordial relations within the profession and to assist in preserving the highest perception of the profession. The Office of the International Council is the world headquarters for the ICD, located in Flint, Michigan, USA. The Council office conducts the daily business and affairs of the college and is representative of the International Council. The International Council is ICD's signature institution and umbrella organisation for the worldwide membership and sections. There are 40 members of the Council, including the international officers and councillors who represent ICD's sections and regions in 122 countries around the world. ICD constitutes 15 autonomous sections to facilitate administration at local and regional levels and to promote more effectively the aims and objectives of the college. There are currently 11 regions within Section 20 Asia sector that cover 16 countries. The number of countries under Section 20 Asia sector is expanding, and we've significantly grown in the number of new members over the past year. In Section 20 Asia, there are 7 categories of membership with different requirements for each of the categories. Emeritus Fellow, Master Fellow with outstanding contribution, Master Fellow, Honorary Fellow with outstanding contribution, Honorary Fellow, Fellow with outstanding contribution, Fellow for a member with at least 5 years clinical experience who has delivered significant contribution, Honorary Member, Member or Elite who has served the ICD with distinction, Member for registered dentists, young dentists with less than 5 years clinical experience, Elite, non-dental profession member, Student for undergraduate students. Fellowship in the college is extended by invitation only. A nominated dentist or member of the society must pass a rigorous peer review process leading to the recognition of the individual's outstanding professional achievement, meritorious service, and dedication to the continued progress of dentistry for the benefit of mankind. We believe a collective effort and ideas from both dentist and non-dentist professions will contribute to a more successful collaboration, making ICD a vibrant, agile, and dynamic organisation.
Asia is actually one of the largest continents and with a very vast diversity in terms of cultural as well as ethnic group, as well as even in the language. So, and there's a huge disparity in terms of income as well as the oral hygiene. What is very important at the center of my heart is that we will need to be able to give to the less developed country for humanitarian projects such as community dental service, eradication of dental caries, control of periodontal disease, which is also known to be closely associated with the heart disease as well as strokes and other systemic disease. So there are a whole range of dental problems that ICD could actually work with. This is something that I'm going to share it with the rest of the dentists in Asia as well as in the world. I'm going to make many young dentists aspire to join ICD and to volunteer their service, which is essentially what ICD motto is, to serve and to recognize the service.
The International College of Dentists is the world's oldest and largest honor society for dentists. We honor dentists who have shown outstanding merit in their contributions to the profession and to the community. We do this by conferring ICD fellowship upon them. Together, ICD fellows around the world give back to their communities by providing humanitarian dental care programs. We give back to the dental profession through dental education initiatives. We support humanitarian dental care projects in over 55 countries. We promote dental education around the world so that the best dental oral health care is available to patients everywhere.
We're trying to grow the college, and we're looking to honor every deserving fellow worldwide. I'm thinking the top 2% in the areas of humanitarian service, in education, in leadership, in mentorship. The other thing that the college is doing, and the reason that we would like to have more members and a greater global presence than we even have now, is that we are trying to become known as the worldwide leader in provision of dental humanitarian services. That, I think, is a goal that we have. It's also a mission that we've taken on because we have a great wealth of talent in our manpower, in our fellowship. We have a lot of the dental educators, the providers of humanitarian service, and we do very well in that regard between our fellows. And I think we have not just the opportunity, but the responsibility to provide humanitarian service worldwide.
So come and join the ICD, the International College of Dentists.
Join ICD.
Join ICD.
Join ICD.
Join us at ICD.
Join ICD.
Join the ICD. It's a great organization, and we prosper from your fellowship.
MDC ASEAN Berhad merupakan sebuah syarikat yang kini semakin giat berkembang pesat ke arah visi dan misi yang sangat jelas. Menjadi peneraju utama dalam bisnes kesihatan khasnya, menyediakan kemudahan kesihatan yang halal dan terkemuka dengan menerapkan konsep yang moden dan bersepadu merangkumi semua aspek. Dr. Haji Aslan Bacho merupakan seorang anak jati kelahiran Sungai Imam, Tawau Sabah, tidak pernah kenal erti putus asa. Buktinya, beliau pernah berusaha berniaga dalam pelbagai bisnes lain seperti kontrak pendingin hawa dan renovasi rumah tetapi tidak berjaya kerana kurangnya pengetahuan. Bila kita bukan pakar dalam sesuatu bidang, akan ada cabaran yang sangat tinggi. Kadang-kadang membuat kita susah untuk bangun semula. Sebaliknya, jika kita pakar dalam bidang terbabit dan bersama dengan orang-orang yang pakar, sebenarnya kita tidak akan ada masalah. Sebagai contoh, kita ingin membuka kedai makan. Kalau tukang masak itu berhenti perniagaan, kita masih lagi boleh meneruskan operasi perniagaan. Bagi beliau, mencuba di bidang perniagaan haruslah mempunyai ilmu pengetahuan yang jelas untuk berjaya. Beliau merupakan ahli dalam Dewan Perniagaan Islam Malaysia, juga merupakan kumpulan Business Anim Leadership dan juga ESQ Training dan juga CEO Whitecap, menjadi kelebihan untuk terus melonjak jauh mengecap kejayaan dalam perniagaan yang beliau usahakan. Dr. Aslan Bacho mempunyai big why yang mahu membantu seramai mungkin anak muda yang ada di kalangan mereka adalah gelandangan, anak yatim yang tidak tahu masa depan mereka yang perlu dibantu. Masih segar diingatan beliau sewaktu berhadapan dengan rompakan sehingga tercedera teruk dan terpaksa dibawa ke hospital dan berehat selama 2 minggu ketika awal pembukaan klinik di Seri Kembangan. Terus membuka mata beliau untuk terus memberi perkhidmatan terbaik kepada masyarakat tanpa mengira siapa mereka. Ketika nyawa berada di hujung tanduk dan terselamat daripada tikaman dalam kejadian robakan itu, beliau merasakan satu jentikan daripada Allah SWT untuk terus membantu lebih ramai orang. Bagi beliau, cabaran dalam persaingan berniaga merupakan cabaran yang besar, tapi bagi beliau itu merupakan titik tolak ke arah memajukan perniagaan ke arah yang lebih baik. Kini, MDC ASEAN Berhad telah selangkah di hadapan mempunyai 10 klinik pergigian, 5 lagi dalam proses renovasi, sebuah hospital, sebuah klinik kesihatan GP, mempunyai pusat ibu mengandung, sebuah farmasi dan pelbagai lagi projek MDC, antaranya seperti MDC Asia, MDC High Doctor Apps, Sistem Hospital, MDC Construction, melengkapkan lagi visi dan misi yang dirancang. Menuju ke Bursa Malaysia dengan valuation 1 bilion ringgit Malaysia kini semakin hampir. Kejayaan itu bukan usaha beliau seorang. Sememangnya dengan dorongan yang tidak berbelah bahagi oleh isteri yang disayangi, Dr. Z. Fitri Sania Bidin juga merupakan COO syarikat MBC Asaling Berhad, dan pastinya tidak boleh dilupakan semua tim pengurusan yang bersama-sama syarikat dalam turun dan naik, tetap bersama mencari solusi terbaik ke arah matlamat yang sama. Tahniah MBC Asaling Berhad ke arah mercu yang lebih tinggi dan terus berdaya saing seantero dunia.
It's like a family tree, part of you and part of me. And if we should separate, go your own way, I won't wait.
Bring the funk back. Bring the funk back.
Aku Ati. Mengandung kali ni rasa lain. Rasa letih, lesu. Hari ni aku ada temu janji di klinik. Doktor kata nak bincang pasal keputusan darah. Doktor sahkan aku ada diabetes. Apa silap aku? Rupa-rupanya selama ni aku makan dengan cara yang tak betul. Dan diet yang tak seimbang. Demi kesihatan aku dan anak aku kena berubah. Oh, baru aku tahu banyak rupanya fasiliti kesihatan disediakan untuk pemeriksaan kesihatan ibu mengandung. Kata doktor, sebagai ibu mengandung, aku layak untuk mendapatkan perkhidmatan kesihatan secara percuma. Tidak terkecuali, ibu mengandung pun perlu membuat pemeriksaan gigi dan mulut. Rawatan akan diberikan jika perlu. Jangan risau, tak sakit pun. Dengan nasihat doktor, aku mula buat perubahan. Hanya dengan senaman ringan, buat bersama teman, senaman terasa mudah. Kalau dulu, aku suka makanan ringan, tapi tidak kali ini. Semuanya tidak mustahil sekiranya kita memanfaatkan segala perkhidmatan kesihatan yang disediakan. Kita semua boleh memilih untuk sihat. Kalau saya boleh, kenapa tidak anda? Dapatkan pemeriksaan kesihatan di klinik yang berdekatan.
Masyarakat kumpulan etnik minoriti yang terpinggir lebih cenderung untuk tertinggal dalam menerima perkhidmatan kesihatan. Tiada siapa yang patut ditinggalkan.
Jurang perbezaan sosioekonomi yang tinggi menyebabkan golongan ini berada jauh pada tahap yang rendah, lebih rentan dengan sakit, jatuh dan rebah, menjadi punca tiada pendapatan kerana tidak sihat dan lelah. Tiada siapa yang patut ditinggalkan. Tetapi untuk mereka, halangan ini adalah rintangan yang tidak kelihatan. Tembok panjang yang menyukarkan, pagar benteng yang tidak diperlukan untuk mereka mendapatkan perkhidmatan kesihatan.
Ini bermaksud, akibat jurang perbezaan sosioekonomi, golongan ini mempunyai jangka hayat yang lebih pendek dan tahap kesihatan yang lebih rendah. Tiada siapa yang patut ditinggalkan. Tanpa bantuan, seolah-olah mereka telah pun ditinggalkan.
Apa yang kita lihat tidak semestinya sama dengan apa yang mereka rasa. Orang yang tidak kelihatan seperti anda sebenarnya adalah orang yang sama seperti anda. Orang yang tidak berfikiran seperti anda sebenarnya adalah orang yang sama seperti anda. Orang yang tidak bertindak seperti anda sebenarnya adalah orang yang sama seperti anda. Tiada siapa yang patut ditinggalkan kerana kita adalah sama.
Perbezaan adalah sesuatu yang perlu diraikan menjadi punca perpaduan dengan kesihatan bersama-sama dengan satu sasaran. Marilah kita berdampingan pada landasan yang benar untuk kesihatan bersama yang lebih baik, kerana tiada siapa yang patut ditinggalkan.
pagi bernama radio. Anda sudah bersama dengan Dr. Nurul Fahiza Fahimi yang merupakan pelajar pasca siswaza doktor dalam kesihatan pergigian awam dari UiTM. Juga untuk mereka dapatkan maklumat berkaitan dengan Smile 3.0 tu ada laman sesawang dan sebagainya.
Ya betul, kita ada laman web kita lah www.smile.uitm.com.
InsyaAllah, dan kita bersama-sama dengan Dr. Nurliana Roslan selaku pelajar pasca siswaza Doktor Kesihatan Awam Pergigian UiTM Sungai Buloh ada lain seperti lidah, melangit, gusi dan juga tisu-tisu lembut.
Hari ni kita nak share resipi sihat. Cap, 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 capcay. Mula kita potong bawang, carrot, then kita potong mushroom, then kucai and ayam. So kita rebus suun. Kita stir fry bayam tadi dengan carrot and then mushroom, and then kita stir fry juga bawang and kucai. Dan kita goreng sedikit ayam tadi, and then telur. Dan kita hiris-hiris telur tadi. Dan kita nak bancuh sos dia dengan kicap, minyak pijan dan juga sedikit garam. Ini kacau-kacau-kacau. Dan kita nak susun semua bahan tadi sebelum kita gaulkan dia. Ini sihat tau korang. Okay, lepas tu kita taburkan sedikit sesame seed. Ini kita gaulkan semua. Dah siap.
I'm feeling lonely.
like a family tree, part of you and part of me. And if we should separate, go your own way, I won't wait.
Bring the funk back. Bring the funk back.
Aku Ati. Mengandung kali ni rasa lain. Rasa letih, lesu. Hari ni aku ada temu janji di klinik. Doktor kata nak bincang pasal keputusan darah. Doktor sahkan aku ada diabetes. Apa silap aku? Rupa-rupanya selama ni aku makan dengan cara yang tak betul. Dan diet yang tak seimbang. Demi kesihatan aku dan anak aku kena berubah. Oh, baru aku tahu banyak rupanya fasiliti kesihatan disediakan untuk pemeriksaan kesihatan ibu mengandung. Kata doktor, sebagai ibu mengandung, aku layak untuk mendapatkan perkhidmatan kesihatan secara percuma. Tidak terkecuali, ibu mengandung pun perlu membuat pemeriksaan gigi dan mulut. Rawatan akan diberikan jika perlu. Jangan risau, tak sakit pun. Dengan nasihat doktor, aku mula buat perubahan. Hanya dengan senaman ringan, buat bersama teman, senaman terasa mudah. Kalau dulu, aku suka makanan ringan, tapi tidak kali ini. Semuanya tidak mustahil sekiranya kita memanfaatkan segala perkhidmatan kesihatan yang disediakan. Kita semua boleh memilih untuk sihat. Kalau saya boleh, kenapa tidak anda? Dapatkan pemeriksaan kesihatan di klinik yang berdekatan.
Masyarakat kumpulan etnik minoriti yang terpinggir lebih cenderung untuk tertinggal dalam menerima perkhidmatan kesihatan. Tiada siapa yang patut ditinggalkan.
Jurang perbezaan sosioekonomi yang tinggi menyebabkan golongan ini berada jauh pada tahap yang rendah, lebih rentan dengan sakit, jatuh dan rebah.
Assalamualaikum, a very good morning to everyone here with us on the YouTube live streaming. Welcome to the Smile 3.0 UiTM last webinar series and closing ceremony, which was brought to you by the Faculty of Dentistry, University Technology Mara. This program aims to create awareness and to disseminate up-to-date information regarding the theme of oral health inclusivity. For those who are only joining us for today, SMILE is an acronym for the word selamat, which is safe, masyarakat, community, ideal, lancar, smooth or fluent, and equity, which is equity. This time around, the SMILE 3.0 consists of two parts. The first part is the community program, where it was held in Kampung Orang Asli Pekalan Tireh, Kluang Johor, with over 250 visitors, and a webinar series. And throughout this program, we have built a comprehensive website on SMILE 3.0 program, as well as pertinent information on oral health inclusivity that you can visit, which is on www.smileuitm.com. And for your information, the SMILE 3.0 team also have launched two mobile apps developed towards the same aim, and which has garnered overwhelming a total of more than 150 participations of photography and video competition. Next, a few housekeeping announcements before we move on to the main agenda. Should you have any burning issues or inquiries we would like the panelists to discuss or address, kindly type your questions or requests in the chat box and it will be relayed to them. The program evaluation link and attendance link will be shared at the end of the session via the YouTube chat box, and certificate of participation will be emailed to you within 5 to 10 days after this webinar ends. My name is Dr. Amir Faiz. I'm a dental public health resident at the UiTM, and I am delighted to guide you through this insightful discussion featuring eminent experts and thought leaders in the field of oral health. Together, we will embark on a journey of discovery, uncovering the latest advancements and pioneering ideas that have the potential to revolutionize dental healthcare for the better, which our topic for today's webinar is Innovating Solutions for Dental Healthcare. And in today's webinar, we have assembled a distinguished panel of experts, each with a unique perspective and wealth of knowledge in their respective domains. First and foremost, we have the privilege of hosting Winthrop Professor Dr. Mark Tennant, all the way from the University of Western Australia. He completed his Bachelor in Dentistry in the 1980s and Doctorate in Anatomy. He has been a member of the University of Western Australia academic staff since the early 1990s, having had experience in a number of departments across two faculties. In addition to his role as a Winthrop Professor, he is currently the Director and Founder of the International Research Collaborative, Oral Health Equity. Prof. Mark has a lifetime focus on addressing issues of equity and justice through reforming oral health, with a strong focus on closing the gap for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. He and his team are acknowledged as the founding driving force in the subdiscipline of rural, remote, and indigenous oral health, with national and international awards for his commitment and innovations in the field. His exceptional expertise and extensive research in the field of oral health have made him a renowned figure in dentistry. His insightful contributions and innovative approach have significantly influenced the advancement of dental healthcare practices. Please welcome Winthrop Professor Dr. Mark Tennant. How are you, Prof?
I am good, and it's lovely to be here today. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Prof.
I look forward to sharing some stories.
Okay, sure, Prof. All right, so the next one, joining us from the University of Technology Mara Sungai Buloh, we have the esteemed presence of Associate Professor Technologies, Dr. Eddie Hasrul. He is an Associate Professor and Senior Lecturer at the Center of Preclinical Studies, Faculty of Dentistry, University Technology Mara. He completed his PhD in Biomedical Science from the University of Sydney, Australia in 2011. And prior to that, he obtained a Bachelor of Biomedical Science from the University of Malaya in 2005. Associate Professor Dr. Eddie has an extensive background in academia and research. Currently, he serves as the coordinator of Industry, Community and Alumni Network ICANN in this faculty since 2022. He also held the position of Deputy Dean, Research and Industrial Linkage, the head of the Center of Preclinical Science Studies at UiTM. He also has been actively involved in innovation and research nationally and internationally. Dr. Eddie's profound understanding of the intricacies in innovations, combined with his teaching experience, has played a pivotal role in shaping the next generation of dental professionals. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Eddie. Hi, Dr. Eddie.
Hi, Anu. Thank you. Hi, Prof. Mark and Dr. Azliza, and to all. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Right, so completing our distinguished panel, which is Dr. Aziza binti Dato Zabha. She is a dental public health specialist currently serving as a senior in the policy and strategic planning unit of the oral health program at the Ministry of Health. She holds a doctorate in dental public health from the University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, and a Master of Science in dental public health from the University College of London, United Kingdom, and a Bachelor of Dental Science from the University of Western Australia. In her role, she is involved in the development and coordination of the National Oral Health Policy and the National Oral Health Strategic Plan 2022-2025. Dr. Aziza actively contributes to various committees and working groups, including those focused on the National Oral Health Policy. She also represents the Oral Health Program in policy, strategic planning, and guideline development across the other divisions of the Ministry of Health Malaysia. Her expertise and contributions have earned her invitation as a guest speaker on policy and strategic planning matters. She is also an active member of Malaysian Dental Public Health Specialists, MedFis Malaysia. Dr. Aziza's expertise in dental public health policies and her unwavering commitment to improving oral health services for the community make her an invaluable asset to our discussion. Please welcome Dr. Aziza. Hi, Dr. Aziza.
Hello, hi, Assalamualaikum. Hi, Mark. Hi, Eddie. I hope we're going to get a very good discussion today.
Okay, sure,
Looking
Doctor.
forward.
Yep. Thank you, Doctor. So throughout this webinar, our esteemed panelists will share their valuable insights and experiences as well as the innovative solutions that ultimately aims to make dental healthcare more inclusive. I encourage all participants to actively engage in this session by asking questions, sharing thoughts, and exchanging ideas with our panelists. Together, let us foster a collaborative environment that inspires creativity, sparks innovation, and ultimately leads to a brighter future for dental healthcare. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to all attendees, our esteemed panelists, and our collaborators and generous sponsors who have made this program possible. Let us now commence this enlightening session as we uncover the groundbreaking innovative solution that will shape the future of dental healthcare. So we're moving on to the first round for today's webinar. Strong foundations are the key to building a solid structure. To set the stage for our discussion today, let us first explore what innovation entails and how it relates to finding solutions for dental healthcare. So we are honored to have Associate Professor Technologist Dr. Eddie over here. Dr. Eddie, so as an expert in technology and has been working in academia with over 15 years of experience, could you please provide us with an overview concept and what innovation is all about and its relevance in innovating solutions in dentistry? The floor is yours, Doctor.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere thanks to our esteemed moderator, Dr. Amirul, okay, for leading this session and giving me the opportunity to speak today. I would also like to extend my gratitude to my fellow panelists, Prof. Mark Tenen and also Dr. Azliza, for their expertise and insights that we will be sharing today. Okay, I'm truly honored to be part of such an esteemed panel, and I'm looking forward to engaging in an insightful and thought-provoking discussion with our moderator and fellow panelists. Okay, back to the question just now, overview of the concept and what innovation is all about and its relevance in dentistry. In general, innovation is a process, okay, of creating and implementing new ideas, products, services, or even processes, okay, that bring about significant improvements or advancements. Okay, it involves the application of creative thinking, problem solving, and the utilization of available resources, okay, to develop novel solutions. Innovation is relevant in all fields, including dentistry. Okay, in the context of dentistry, innovations plays a crucial role in advancing patient care, improving treatment outcomes, and enhancing the overall dental experience. There are a few key areas where innovation has been impactful in dentistry that I would like to share. The first one is in digital dentistry. Okay, the advent of digital technologies has revolutionized various aspects of dentistry. Digital imaging, such as CBCT, intraoral scanners, digital radiography, it allows for more precise diagnosis and treatment planning. Computer-aided design, computer-aided manufacturing, CAD/CAM technology enable the creation of custom-made dental restorations with enhanced accuracy and efficiency. Apart from that, we also have dental materials. Continuous research and development in dental materials have led to the introduction of new materials with improved aesthetics, strength, and durability. For example, the tooth-colored restorative materials like composite resins have advanced significantly, providing natural-looking and long-lasting results. Apart from that, we also have minimally invasive techniques. Okay, the innovation in that area. Okay, innovation in that area have focused on preserving tooth structure and minimizing patient discomfort. Okay, advanced techniques such as laser dentistry, it allows for precise and minimally invasive procedures with reduced healing time. We also have teledentistry. Okay, the integration of telecommunication technology in dentistry has enabled remote consultations, diagnosis, and treatment planning. Teledentistry is particularly useful in underserved areas where access to dental care is limited. It allows for greater convenience and accessibility for patients, and thus improving oral healthcare outcomes. Apart from that, we also have dental implants. Implant dentistry has been significant advancements leading to more predictable and successful outcomes. Innovation in implant design, the materials, and surgical technique have improved implant stability, also integration, and overall long-term success rates. So innovation in dentistry is crucial for addressing the evolving needs of patients, improving treatment outcomes, and enhancing the efficiency of dental practices. It fosters the development of new technologies, techniques, and materials that help dentists provide better oral health care and patients to receive more comfortable and effective treatment. And working in academia, I would emphasize the importance of fostering a culture of innovation within the dental community. Okay, we should encourage collaboration between dental professionals, researchers, and industry leaders. Okay, this can lead to the identification of challenges and the development of creative solutions. Okay, continuous education and staying updated with emerging technologies and trends in dentistry are also essential for fostering innovation. Moreover, it's also important to consider the ethical implications of innovation in dentistry, such as patient privacy, informed consent, and ensuring that advancements are accessible and affordable for all individuals. Overall, for now, innovation in dentistry is a dynamic and ever-evolving process that holds great potential for improving oral healthcare delivery, patient experiences, and treatment outcomes. Okay, back to you, Amirul.
Thank you, Doctor, for the insightful discussion just now. So, yes, Doctor, as Doctor mentioned just now, that innovation is the process of creating and implementing new ideas, products, and also services which ultimately improve the patient outcome. So, but yes, I would agree that by embracing these innovations, for example, that we have right now, like laser dentistry, the teledentistry, and nowadays we have the dental implants. And these innovations, basically, the dental professionals can stay at the forefront advancements, contribute to the development of new solutions, and ultimately enhance the oral health and ultimately will improve the well-being of the patients. Thank you, Dr. Eddie. So to the next panel, we have Winter Professor Dr. Mark Tenen. So in our increasingly interconnected world, social media has emerged as a powerful tool that transcends the traditional boundaries, enabling us to disseminate information, foster engagement, and inspire positive change on a global scale. We have witnessed the rapid growth and proliferation of various social media platforms. For example, we have the Instagram, we have the TikTok, YouTube and Facebook and etc. And these platforms have transformed the way we communicate, the way we connect and access the information. So I would like to highlight the significant, I would say, social media influencer of our esteemed panelist, Winter Professor Dr. Mark Tennant over here. And his impact extends far beyond the confines of traditional academia, we would say. So his Twitter account has more than 18,000 followers to engage with his insights and expertise. Furthermore, for your information, his YouTube channel have over 50 uploaded videos and have garnered an impressive viewership of over a third of a million individuals hailing from 125 countries worldwide. Through these platforms, he has effectively reached and touched the lives of countless individuals, spreading awareness and knowledge about oral health. So, Mr. Professor Dr. Mark, how has the rise of these social media platforms influenced the way people perceive and engage with dental healthcare? And in what ways can these social medias can be used as a tool to educate and raise awareness about oral health practices and the importance of the dental care? The floor is yours, Prof.
Thank you. And I'd like to start by obviously thanking the organisers today. It's a real pleasure to be here all the way from cold Perth. It's a tremendous topic. I think the social media piece is something really important. When I started out, I had a goal of maybe having my 20-odd students follow me on Twitter, for example, and I've ended up 1,000 times that size. So people are calling out. Society is calling for us to talk to them and explain dental care, explain all sorts of things. I think the most important lesson I have learnt from my journey in social media has been to build a community, to be part of a society, and not to be all the time driving home a particular message, but be a person, be part of society, be a person in society that talks about, talks about what is going on. And in that, embed some of the critical messages that we have about oral health. Don't be a single train message after message. Be a human being and share embedded in that your insights into good oral health. So I think that's been my experience in social media. I think also the really important thing is to understand that it takes time. Being part of a social media process takes time to build. Many people, if I remember rightly, more than 50% of Twitter accounts have less than 20 followers or something very small like that. And people give up. The answer on this journey is not to give up. If you provide information carefully and calmly, people will want to hear and it will grow. So don't give up. Be subtle about your messaging and generate a community sense. So I think that's what I have learned from this. I think the opportunities are vast. And one of the innovations that I want to just add to the previous speaker's story is Starlink. I think Starlink is not only going to change dental in its ability to provide low-cost global communications to everyone. I think Starlink will also change healthcare and will change society dramatically. So yes, I'm picking on Starlink. Obviously, there's a few others that are going to give us satellite, low latency, high bandwidth communications across the planet from Antarctica to the Arctic Circle. But I think that is a massive change that will change telehealth, change teledentistry, and certainly change what we can do with social media to impact good, basic, population-level health messages to a global community from your back garden. So thank you. That's my first comment, and I pass back. Cheers.
Thank you, Prof. So, Prof, this is a follow-up question. That what do you think that how can these social media platforms be utilized to promote or have inclusivity and reach the diverse populations to ensure that everyone has access to health information and services?
Well, you just got to look now. You know, you walk to. I walk in some extremely diverse populations across Earth. Almost everyone, you know, there's a huge collection of the population in some form have some telecommunications device in their family or in their wider community network that they use. Social media has the advantage of being able to connect with those devices. It might be as simple as this SMS in some places, and I know that's the case in many places. But what an opportunity that provides to communicate with people who are disengaged with health systems, not because of, you know, sometimes because of their own disengagement, but also we don't make it easy to engage with a health system. We make it somewhat formal barriers and things. So the opportunity of social media to cut through those barriers that people have, and in fact, some of those barriers are fear and all those sorts of things, to cut through those and get messages to people, targeting the messages to the right people, I think is a fantastic opportunity with social media. You know, I just use, let's use the time we've been on this webinar together this morning. In that time, more people have read my social media posts than the cumulative 40-year history of my scientific publishing at 300 odd papers. In the half an hour we've been here together. If that is not an opportunity to share at scale appropriate health messaging for simple actions, and we should remember that in dental we have some very simple, basic preventive messages that we can get across that we know makes a substantial difference. So I think the opportunity in social media is vast. I think the opportunity to reach populations that we have never been able to reach before with the absolute simple messaging that makes an evidence-based difference is huge. It's an opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Yes, it is more relevant and probably one of the best practices in utilizing the social media to build and empower the community to be part of the society and to share your insight to good oral health, for promoting good oral health. So thank you, Prof, for the insightful thought that we heard just now. So moving on to the next question. So Dr. Aziza, in the recent issues of National Oral Health Policy Malaysia in 2022, which is based on 3 guiding principles, where one of them is to promote universal health coverage. So Dr. Aziza, can you tell us briefly what is universal health coverage is all about? And probably you could provide us with an overview of the initiatives and programs that the Ministry of Health Malaysia or Oral Health Program has already implemented, probably in planning to foster innovation to achieve this universal health coverage. The spotlight is on you, Doctor.
All right, thank you, Amirul, and like every other panelist, I would like to thank for this invitation opportunity to be among the best panelists, I suppose, with Prof. Mark and also Dr. Eddie. Getting back to your first question when you talk about the National Oral Health Policy, so I would like to use this opportunity to talk a bit on the guiding principle that you have mentioned just now. So I think the first webinar, you have got Dr. Fauza, who will talk about literally our National Oral Health Policy. For this morning, I would like to address just a little bit on the 3 basic guiding principles that we have. That's the guide of our policy, first ever policy that we have established in 2022, at the end of 2022. So the first policy is to integrate oral health care and general health. I would assume that sometimes we have been left out from the medical streamline, and the importance that to put oral health care and general health it's so important that in view that we have the common risk factor with the medical health as well. So integrate oral care and general health care is one of the guiding principles of our policy. And we have another policy which is enhance safe and quality oral health care. Envision that we are blooming with private dental clinic, our government dental clinics. In order to have this abundant dental clinic, we want to ensure that the service delivery is safe and a quality service care to the population, to the people. And related to the topic that you want me to talk about, the universal health coverage, the last guiding principle in the policy is actually to promote universal health coverage. I think the first webinar talked about universal health coverage as well, but as a layman term, when we talk about UHC, which is universal health coverage, it means that the services should be affordable, accessible, and also acceptable. And it's able to cater a wide range of populations with the motto that's no one left behind. Thus, I would proudly say that our current healthcare system is somehow rather, we have some sort of achieved that universal health coverage. We have plenty of government primary care, private dental care, that the physical clinic, which almost covered all states and districts. Our treatment specifically in the primary care, in the government primary care, are very, very low in cost. And we cater a wide range of population, not just by our static dental clinic, but also through our outreach program. So I would not say we have a perfect healthcare system, but again, I do believe our current healthcare system is not bad. And related to universal health coverage, we have somehow rather have achieved it. Answering to your question in terms of, I've talked about the UHC definition. So in terms of the overview of the current initiative that we have in our health program, I've mentioned before, we have a program that we call Incremental Dental School Program, which have been years implemented in our oral health program, in which we are proud to say that we have covered almost nearly 100% of all government school, be it primary or secondary dental school. And this school also covered the Aborigines, the Orang Asli school as well. So in view of universal health coverage, I think we somehow rather cover them. And this I would relate to the innovation that Dr. Adi talked about. So we have introduced the mobile dental team, portable dental equipment to actually cover the schools in area that couldn't be covered by our physical dental clinic. And having said the school dental service, I would like to announce that we are currently expanding our school dental service scope to actually run as a permanent dental clinic. For your information, our school dental service can be catered by the mobile dental service, which is the mobile team come with the portable dental equipment, treat for a certain time at in a certain time, probably a few months in certain school. And we do have our school dental service, whereby we have an allocated room with a static dental chair. So we have noticed that this school dental service is quite underutilized. So what we have for the next 10 years, we have started now piloting in a few states that we wanted to fully utilize of this school static dental service that in the beginning, we will expand the scope of dental treatment, not just for the students, but also to cover the staff of the school as well. And in future, we hope that what we call a community dental school service could cover the community around the school itself. But yet again, it need a good collaboration from our Ministry of Education as well. Covering to the universal health coverage, our mobile dental team not just covered school, we also have certain outreach program that go to Aborigine settlement, all folks home, community-based rehab center under the welfare department, and people housing program to cater the low-level income urban poor population as well. So that basically, in a nutshell, Amirul, what we have initiative and at the current moment that we think cover under the universal health coverage here in Malaysia. And back to you, Amirul.
Okay, thank you, Doctor, for the very insightful discussions just now. So there is no doubt that the Ministry of Health Malaysia and also the Oral Health Program have implemented various initiatives as well as the programs to make the health services more affordable and acceptable. As Dr. Aziza mentioned just now, in Malaysia that we have incremental dental school, which has been many years since its implementation, as well as we have the dental services. And these efforts contribute to achieving the universal health coverage by ensuring the accessible, affordable, and quality oral health care services for all. Thank you, Dr. Aziza. So moving on to the second round for our webinar today, back to Dr. Eddie. So there are numerous universities actively engaged in innovating solutions for dental healthcare. And these universities recognize the importance of advancing the field and improving patient care through innovative approaches. And through their initiatives, these universities strive to develop novel treatment methods, preventive measures, diagnostic tools, ultimately transforming the landscape of dental care. So, Dr. Eddie, based on your experience, Doctor, can you share with us the current initiatives and efforts done by the universities as well as the students involved in innovating solutions for dental healthcare?
Okay, sure, Amirul. But before that, thank you, Prof. Mark Tanner just now. He added about Starlink. I totally forgotten about that. Okay, yes, true. The existence of this Starlink has the potential to bring several benefits to the dental field. Okay, particularly in areas where reliable internet connectivity is limited. So this would greatly help in telehealth or remote consultation and data sharing, even collaboration. Thank you, Prof. Mark Tennant, for reminding me regarding that. Yes, back to the question now. Okay, the current initiative. Okay, I can share some examples of the types of initiatives and efforts of that universities, particularly UiTM, and students have been involved in to innovate a solution for dental healthcare. However, these initiatives can vary across different institutions and regions, but here are few common ones. Okay, first is research and development, obviously. Okay, universities often have dedicated research departments or research centers. We call it Center of Excellence, focusing on many areas, including dental sciences. Okay, these departments undertake research projects aimed at developing innovative solutions for dental healthcare. Students and faculty can collaborate on projects related to dental materials, digital dentistry, oral health diagnostics, and treatment methodologies, and many more. Okay, these research efforts aim to push the boundaries of knowledge and improve patient care. Secondly, innovation competition, as what Dr. Amirul have put up here in the slide. Okay, many universities organize innovation competitions or hackathons, we call it, specifically targeting dental healthcare. These events encourage students from different disciplines to collaborate and develop creative solutions to address dental challenges. Okay, students work in teams to develop prototypes, business plans, or research proposals that tackle specific problems faced by dental professionals or patients. For instance, we've been organizing this Identex annually, where next Monday will be the 5th year. Okay, during this innovation competition, we could see the collaboration between university students and industries showcasing their solutions for dental healthcare. Thirdly, interdisciplinary collaboration. Okay, in dental schools and universities, we often encourage interdisciplinary collaboration among students from various fields, not just dentistry, okay, such as engineering, computer science, art and design, okay, by bringing together different perspectives and expertise. Okay, students can work on developing novel technologies, tools, or even methodologies that can positively impact dental healthcare. Examples include the development of new dental instruments, software, even apps, applications for treatment planning, ergonomic improvements in dental equipment. Number 4, I think, would be like what Dr. Azliza mentioned just now, community outreach program. Okay, dental schools and students often engage in community outreach programs to improve oral healthcare access and education in underserved areas. Okay, recently for this Smile 3.0 program, okay, we've been to Kampung Pekalan Tere in Johor, okay, to serve the orang asli or indigenous there. Okay, this initiative focus on providing dental screenings, oral hygiene education, basic dental treatments to communities in need. Through such programs, students will gain first-hand experience in identifying challenges faced by different populations and finding innovative ways to address them, right? And obviously, I would say another initiative is we integrate a technology integration in curriculum. Okay, dental schools are increasingly incorporating technology and innovation-focused coursework into their curricula, where students learn about the latest advancements in dental technology, digital dentistry, and emerging trends. For instance, I myself taught Dr. Amirul's batch, okay, how to develop progressive web apps in their course. Okay, they're even showcasing these apps for public use in this Smile 3.0 program as part of their assessment. Okay, they also have access to simulation labs or clinics equipped with cutting-edge tools and software, okay, allowing them to explore and apply innovative approaches in a controlled environment. I would say the next one would be industry. Okay, we have to collaborate with industry partners. So universities often collaborate with industry partners such as dental equipment manufacturers or dental material companies. These collaborations can involve joint research projects, product development initiatives, or student internships, perhaps. Such partnerships will provide students with exposure to real-world challenges and industry expertise, fostering innovation and practical application of their knowledge. So it's important to note that the specific initiatives and efforts may vary among institutions and can evolve over time. The examples I mentioned earlier was what we've done here in the Faculty of Dentistry, UiTM. Okay, universities and students involved in dental healthcare innovation continuously explore new avenues to drive advancements in the field. So collaboration, research, hands-on experiences, and community engagement are common elements in these initiatives, promoting a culture of innovation and preparing students to become future leaders in dental healthcare. Thank you, Dr. Nurul.
Thank you, Dr. Eddie. So yes, Doctor, we can see the efforts from the universities and students, and they are actively involved and engaged in innovating solutions for this dental healthcare, like the innovation competition. We have the community outreach program and integrating the technology in the curriculum as well. And through the research, education, and student-led initiatives, they contribute to the advancement in dental technologies, treatment approaches, and oral health promotion, as mentioned just now. These efforts also of integrating these technologies, smart partnership in dentistry are very crucial in shaping the future of dental healthcare and ensuring the continuous improvement in patients' care. Thank you, Dr. Eddie. So moving on to the next question. We have the importance of telehealth, including teledentistry, has become more evident as a result of the dramatic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on clinical and preventive care, and has a potential solution to improve access to dental health care specifically. Technology is becoming more pervasive, becoming increasingly integrated into our lives as the days pass. So, Prof. Mark, We would greatly appreciate your insight on how the technologies and innovation in dental healthcare, including this teledentistry, could address the urban-rural and socioeconomic divide. Can it help to end the health inequalities? In what ways?
Thank you. And I'm going to pick up on a couple of my previous speakers' comments. As Lisa, I was really pleased to hear that discussion about optimizing the use of fixed dental clinics in schools. The idea of a community and looking after the community that is that school, as opposed to just the children in that school, is a really elegant consideration to be having. So big tick on that from me. We know that the dental health of children is a reflection of the dental health of the family they are in. The evidence is strong on that. So to link that together to be a community service, not just the child service, will advance the health of everyone. So that is fantastic. The other thing I wanted to say before we get to your question, sorry, please everyone do remember that if you look at the great innovations in the last 100 years, they come from young people. Google, Apple, those things came from people in their mid-20s to early 30s. They didn't come from grey-haired people like me. So I think we should really be working closely with our universities and supporting our universities, because they are the incubators of where the great step innovations will come from. And I think it's fantastic to hear those sorts of things going on in universities in Malaysia. It's so important to give space for those students and new graduates, obviously, as they evolve through, to be allowed and supported to bring those innovations to fruition. So I think that's a really important general principle we should be looking at. Now, back to your question. Frankly, I think telehealth, and even before the pandemic, if people want evidence that I've been talking about this, please, there's in the literature, 20 years I've been talking about this. Telehealth is a way forward to close the gap between rich and poor, distant and close. We have seen some amazing uses of it. I look at the Alaska project as a great example, which the major dental organisations in the United States took to their highest court, if I remember rightly, to try and prevent. And 20 years later, it's been shown as an absolute exemplar of the use of telehealth to support junior practitioners in remote and isolated locations to provide care when it's needed. I think the idea of telehealth under different models, clearly there's the direct clinical telehealth that we've been talking about with the Alaska project, direct support for a clinician in action at a given moment. That certainly has opportunity. It has opportunity because often practitioners in remote areas feel a sense of isolation, a sense of insecurity. Are they doing the right thing? Is this the right choice to make? All those sorts of things. And to alleviate that with senior leadership being able to provide direct real-time support for them is a fantastic way to enhance our workforce in remote areas. But I have the bigger one in my mind. The telehealth where you provide the opportunity for families to take back responsibility for the health of themselves and their children, and to use what they have as technology to communicate with distant health expertise in both real and non-real time. My view is the scalability of non-real time, family-centered use of technology. That's where we're going to change the world. We are going to see the opportunities of For example, in my country, about 65, 70% of 12-year-olds have no decay at all. And 2 or more decayed teeth are in about 5 to 7% of the population. The idea of universal screening of every child to find the 3 in 100 who need intervention is an inordinate waste of resource when you look at it statistically. The opportunity to use telehealth to scale up the efficiency by asking families to participate in the screening of their children using their phone, for example, to take images, to sort and screen, to optimize the limited resource we have in interventional clinicians, always in remote areas, wherever you go on earth, and communities that are disadvantaged, we have a paucity of interventional clinicians. That's the inverse care law that we learned about in the 1970s. It is rife in dental across this earth, despite the grand efforts of governments to address that problem. So in my view, telehealth has the opportunity to mitigate the inverse care law by optimizing the use of the clinicians we do have and supporting them in appropriate ways to provide care to the right people at the right time. So I think in the next 20 years, we are going to see telehealth, it should be exploding into our communities. And my view is it should be family and consumer centric, not just clinician to clinician. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Mark. Indeed, technologies and innovations like telehealth and teledentistry is a way forward to close the gap of rich, poor, and distant clues, which has the potential and have significantly improved the health outcomes, promote equity, and ensure that everyone, regardless of their geographic location and socioeconomic status, can access the oral health care they deserve, which mitigating the inverse care law, as Prof. Mark mentioned just now. Thank you, Prof. So back to the next question to Dr. Azliza. So in 2022, the Ministry of Health Malaysia has started a pilot project in 2 government clinics on 3D denture printing, and in the recent budget, a very large amount of additional 10 million ringgit was allocated to acquire 10 3D printing machines for dentures that could reduce patient visits at public dental clinics. We also know that this measure is because of the heavy workload carried by the dental technologies in the government sector to increase the number of dentures produced, which ultimately improve the suitability and satisfaction of patients and leads to better quality of life. There is no doubt that the ministry has put forward this innovation to a greater use. When we talk about these initiatives, for example, we understand that this is based on the demand, data, and prevalence of oral disease in Malaysia, and this measure is more towards rehabilitative measures instead of preventive measures. When we are discussing from public health perspective, we are inclined toward prevention. So, Dr. Aziza, should the ministry allocate more resources on prevention instead? And what is your opinion in regards to this matter?
Thank you, Amirul. Yes, I totally agree with you. Preventing is the way to go, I guess. In public health, again and again, we talk about, going upstream, closing the tap. Preventing is the way to go. And I just want to share, we have in Ministry of Health budget, quite a tremendous amount allocated in preventive. But again, if you look at the budget, we don't talk budget just for, probably just preventive material, or when we talk about preventive budget, it has to cover all the human resource aspect of it, maintenance of the facilities or maintenance of equipment to actually deliver the preventive. And I would like to share that in the National Oral Health Strategic Plan, that the translation of the National Oral Health Policy, as mentioned before, we have we have input on emphasis on preventive, for example, to those area which are very low level of fluoridated water, which has been an issue in some of the state in Malaysia. We try to get the preventive approach such as fluoride varnish or silver diamine fluoride application to the children, for example. That one of it. We will enhance our preventive in types of promotion material as preventive per se. So I would say that if you try to look at the recent once in a while budget that we got around, I think 10 million budget, one-off budget that we've got in years. We don't normally get this sort of budget, but we did have it last year. It doesn't mean that we are neglecting the preventive part. We don't have a good allocation preventive, but we do, as I mentioned before. And touching to elaborate a little bit more on the 3D printing machine, the 10 million printing machine that you mentioned just now, Amirul. Yes, you mentioned that as we trying to move forward for innovation, as we trying to tackle preventive as well, we have to look at the current burden disease that we have to tackle the burden disease that we have at the current moment. I just want to share that we have targeted in the next 10 years strategic plan for our 60 years old to have a minimum 20 teeth at 50%. However, at the current moment, we are still haven't achieved that target. We only achieve around 21, 23%. So looking into what the current body disease that we have, taking into account that the trending of aging populations are going to be a bit more in coming years, we need to cater this type of group. Talking about inclusivity, I guess. So this 3D printing machine will be able to cater this group to give a quality, a shorter time. For example, probably before they need to wait for 3 weeks to get a denture for them to be able to function. Now it can cut short. I would say before they need several visits. Now it can be shortened for only 2 visits, for example. So, giving a quality care for what the burden disease that we have at the current moment. So in view of that as well, if we can cut short this visit, we can open more visit to other dental treatment need for other patients, for example, doing preventive, for example. So I would say that 3D is the way to go, but again, not neglecting the preventive. And then when we say using this 3D machine, it's not just rehabilitations or fabricating denture. We have other function of this 3D machine, for example, denture 3D diagnostic model for ortho, for example, creating more space rather than the solid diagnostic model that we use at the current moment. So I would say investing in this, what so-called 10 million that we've got, we can really utilize not just for rehab or other stuff, but we do have a lot more in this 3D machine. And to mention on the preventive as well, I would like to share one of another additional on preventive at the current moment in Ministry of Health under our health program. We have developed a dedicated program, what we call a dental promotion team, looking into preventive. We used to have trouble. We used the same team that, giving out curative, screening patient, and the same team doing promotive. We seems that it doesn't really work because they will rush pack for another school. So what we have invented recently is to come up with a promotion team looking into only promotion. So they will go to school giving out clinical preventions, sort of treatment, which is for advantage, for example, and a dedicated team to give all-out promotion material, promotions, preventive messages to the patients. So they are currently focusing on preventive. So back to you, Amirul.
Thank you, Doctor. Yes, Doctor. Allocating more resources to prevention in the healthcare system is very crucial, particularly in the context of the topic that we are talking right now, which is health inclusivity. Prevention efforts have the potential to address health disparities and to promote equitable access to healthcare services. And by focusing on prevention, we can target the root causes of health inequities and work towards addressing the social determinants of health. Yes, thank you, Dr. Aziza. So moving on to the next round. Back to Dr. Eddie. The collaboration between the universities and industry partners is essential for the successful translation of research findings into tangible dental healthcare innovations. By fostering strong ties with industry stakeholders, universities can facilitate the application of research outcomes to real-world setting, leading to advancements in dental care. So, Dr. Eddie, how does the university engage with industry partners or stakeholders to facilitate the translation of research findings into tangible dental healthcare innovations?
Okay, thank you, Amiru. Okay. Engaging with industry partners and stakeholders is indeed crucial for universities, okay, to facilitate the translation of research findings into tangible dental healthcare innovations. Here in UiTM, we do actually have our own business innovation and technology commercialization center, or BITCOM we call it. I'm sure other universities also have similar center. Actually, it's a technology transfer office of UiTM, okay, that is dedicated to support UiTM researchers to maximize research impact through evaluation, protection, marketing, and even licensing of the university's innovations, inventions, and research discoveries. Okay, so BITCOM works closely with UiTM researchers and industry partners to explore the best pathway to successfully bring out UiTM innovations and IP to the marketplace, including playing key supportive roles in the formation of UiTM-based startup and spin-out companies. But that's in UiTM. In general, some common ways which universities can collaborate with industry partners. First, I think research collaboration and funding. Okay, universities often establish research collaborations with industry partners to jointly work on projects related to dental healthcare. Okay, these collaborations can involve sharing resources, expertise, and funding. Okay, industry partners may provide financial support, research facilities, access to data or materials, and practical insights into market needs. Okay, these collaborations will help align research efforts with industry requirements, okay, ensuring that the research findings are relevant and applicable to real-world settings. Secondly, the technology transfer and intellectual property, of course. Okay, we as I mentioned earlier, universities have their own technology transfer offices or licensing departments, BITCOM for UiTM, okay, that handle the commercialization of research outcomes. So when a university develops a potentially marketable innovation, it can engage with industry partners, okay, to transfer the technology and develop commercial products or services. Okay, this process involves licensing intellectual property rights, negotiating agreements, and establishing partnerships to bring the innovation to the market. In the industry partners often have the necessary resources, of course, okay, distribution channels and market expertise to facilitate the successful commercialization of research findings. Okay, the third one would be industry advisory boards. We can establish that. Okay, university can establish industry advisory boards consisting of representatives from relevant dental industry sectors. Okay, these boards provide guidance and input on research priorities, curriculum development, industry trends. Okay, industry partners can share their expertise and insights, helping shape the university's research agenda to address industry needs. Okay, these board members can also offer internships, perhaps job opportunities or mentorship programs for students, where it will foster closer ties between academia and industry, right? And then obviously we can also have collaboration in joint training programs or continuing education. This is another initiative, okay, education initiative for dental professionals. These programs can be designed to address specific industry needs, such as training on new technologies, treatment methodologies, or emerging trends. By combining academic knowledge with practical industry experience, this program could enhance the skills and competencies of dental professionals, ensuring they are well prepared to implement and utilize innovative dental healthcare solutions at their workplace. Okay, another one is product development testing phase. Okay, universities can collaborate with industry partners in the development and testing of new dental products or technologies. Okay, industry partners may seek the expertise of university researchers in evaluating prototypes, conducting clinical trials, or assessing the efficacy or safety of new products. Okay, this collaboration allows researchers to gain insights into practical implementation of their findings and provide industry partners with valuable feedback and validation during the product development process. Last but not least is conferences, workshops, knowledge sharings. I think, okay, universities often organize conferences, workshops, or seminars like what we are doing now, right? Where researchers, students, and industry professionals can come together to exchange knowledge, discuss emerging trends, and explore potential collaborations. Okay, these events provide a platform for networking, fostering relationships between academia and the industry. And industry partners may participate as speakers, sponsors, or even exhibitors, showcasing their products and services and gaining exposure to the latest research advancements. So by actively engaging with industry partners through these collaborative efforts, universities can bridge the gap between academic research and industry needs. This collaboration facilitates the translation of research findings into practical dental healthcare innovations, ensuring that the outcomes have a meaningful impact on patient care and contribute to the overall advancement of the dental industry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Eddie. So the universities engage with industry partners, stakeholders through collaborative research projects, as mentioned by Dr. Eddie, technology transfer and networking events. By fostering these smart partnerships, universities contribute to the development of the innovative solutions which address the real-world challenges and ultimately improve the patient care in the landscape of dentistry. Thank you, Dr. Eddie. So moving on to the next question will be for Winter Professor Dr. Mark Tennant. So Prof. Mark has combined his passion for data system and evidence-based decision-making with his innovative mindset, which brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise in population modeling, geographic information system, GIS, or geospatial analysis-based research. With his exceptional grasp of these approaches in research, Prof. Mark has revolutionized the way we outlook dental healthcare, allowing more precise and targeted interventions. And today we have the opportunity to delve deeper into Prof. Mark's pioneering work and gain valuable insights into how this research can driven innovation and lead to more inclusive and effective solutions in dental healthcare. So, Prof. Mark, probably you can briefly introduce to the audience how can these data-driven approaches and evidence-based decisions help us to understand the oral health disparities and identify the needs of marginalized communities, guiding the development of targeted interventions for promoting inclusive oral health care?
Yes, but I'm going to do it again. I'm sorry to do this, but I'm going to walk back to Aslisa again. And I heard and sensed the tension around 3D printing of dentures. And I don't want to talk about the technology. I want to talk about the principles here. There are always tensions between the amount allocated to prevention under a very tight definition versus interventional care. That tension is a global tension. Let's not be in that debate. what I want to remind people is a fact I've just learned a couple of years ago. When the year I was born, about 60 years ago, Japan had 850 people over the age of 100. Today, in my lifetime, one lifetime, they have over 85,000 people over 100. Clearly, we can't not be providing what I would call preventive care, preventing people from malnutrition, preventing people from pain and sepsis through poor fitting dentures, abandon a rapidly aging population. So I would argue that the inclusion, I could put together a mental picture that 3D denture printing is actually a preventive measure to prevent pain and suffering as our population is an aging population. I know Malaysia is still early on its population curve in that sense, and therefore there's a high focus on prevention in the younger age groups. I gather that. But the journey of an aging population is coming to every country on earth. So I think I am very positive towards testing those sorts of modern ways of efficiently providing care for elders. Thank you. Now, back to your question. You only have to look at Scandinavian countries to look at how fully integrated, united health data systems can actually answer some of the grand problems we face. Look at the work they've done on prostate cancer, breast screening, all of those grand problems, and have changed the nature of healthcare through large-scale integrated data sets at the scale of entire country populations that can be used to produce an evidence base that is as close to unequivocal that you could possibly get at these sorts of levels. The opportunity we have in using data at scale to be more targeted with our solutions is enormous. And dental should be looking really closely at this. We have had fantastic head start on many conditions through topical fluoride, be it in water, toothpaste, or however it comes to you, and its effect on reducing our primary health condition, dental decay. A fantastic head start since the 1960s. You know, fundamentally, we've gone from a 12-year-old with 12 holes to 70% or 65% of 12-year-olds having none. What other health condition has seen that sort of advancement? But on that basis, we now have the situation where we need to use these high-quality contemporary data systems to be able to target our system towards those who need the targeting of this system. In my country, the days of having a dental health system that attends the wealthiest school every 6 months are gone. That should not happen. We know that socioeconomics is highly linked to where decay burden is. But by using modern, high-resolution, precision data systems, we can integrate variables and be even more targeted than just going rich and poor is a targeting message. Rich, poor, we can go to which streets are at higher risk because of occupations, for example. All those sorts of variables can be added to make a much more nuanced decision of our targeting of the limited resources that we have. So for me, modern data systems, be it integrated health data systems linked to geographic data systems tied to census data, this integration of data in an ethical and safe manner, of course. Scandinavian countries have taught us how we can do that and keep privacy. Many countries now have integrated hospital level data systems that researchers can get access to and innovators can get access to, but still providing appropriate ethical privacy for patients that can drive innovation. And I watched Malaysia during the COVID pandemic and its opening of its data. I think you can download the COVID data for Malaysia in weekly bursts from GitHub and allow people to work with that data and provide analysis of that data in an open fashion. I think that is where the opportunity for these data systems is. Clearly, you can see, please feel free to look at our work. We do a bunch of work around using geographic information systems. That is a huge opportunity. We can drive down streets and predict the level of decay we probably should expect in that street with a laptop sitting on the seat next to us in the car. That's where the future, I think, lies in terms of using big data systems and the collection of ethical data to address some of these problems. So I think there is real opportunity in that. I don't think I'm alone. I suspect that all countries are working towards that because they can see where that can go. Thank you.
Yes, Prof. Undoubtedly that these data-driven approaches and evidence-based decisions play a vital role in understanding oral health disparities and identifying the needs of marginalized community. And by analyzing and interpreting these relevant data, such as like demographic information, health indicators, and also geographic factors, combined with ethical considerations, we can gain valuable insight and into the distribution and determinants of oral health disparities. Thank you, Prof. So moving on to the last questions to Dr. Azliza. From the public health perspective, intersectoral approach and effective partnership collaboration has been well established as one of the guiding principles of the health strategy that was adopted in principles of primary healthcare and health promotion. Also, in the framework of the policy implementation of National Oral Health Policy in 2022, which has set and emphasized the partnership collaboration as their priority areas, and no doubt that this collaborative approach has been recognized internationally and nationally among stakeholders and are very vital for a comprehensive approach to oral health care. So, Dr. Azliza, how do collaborative initiatives between the Ministry of Health, specifically Oral Health Program Malaysia, and other stakeholders in promoting innovation, which contribute to reducing oral health inequality?
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. First and foremost, thanks, Prof. Mark, for backing me up. I think we have to be balanced. In order for us to move forward, we have to be balanced as well. So when we talk about collaboration, I think Dr. Adi talked about it, right? You know, the dental industry and everything. I can't emphasize more on this collaboration effort and anything, because as the healthcare system in Malaysia, I think it's different from Australia, I guess, Mark. We are currently a very divide between the private and the government. So at this current moment, the MOH is actually the main provider for the whole, I would say, the whole populations. And with that, we can only cover up to, 21 to 23%. So we can't do this alone. We need help from the other. And the way to go is getting the other dental fraternity to embark with this as well. So when I talk about dental fraternity, definitely the private, definitely the Ministry of Higher Education, because they have the service part on top of the educating major task for them to educate. They have the service part as well. The other dental fraternity will be our Ministry of Defense as well. So we need to work in hand for us to be able to, I guess, cover more of our population. So getting back to your question, Amirul, one of the initiatives that we have whereby we encourage good collaboration from the private dental GP is actually our toddler program. So data had shown in, I would share 2019, I think if you look at data when the COVID came, it's really unstable data. So in 2019, we covered only around 17 to 80%. And most of the toddler that we covered is, of course, the government preschool and government kindergarten. So we have a main bulk of toddler out there not being taken care of. So as Mark was saying, we have to start early. I am surprised with the data of 12 years old in Australia, way advanced from us. I think in anything that you do, in initiative and strategies, you have to start young to reduce this burden disease of the 60, not having the minimum of 20 teeth. So we really have to start young, and we can't do it alone. So we have this program, what we call GTOT program, where we get embark. It's an idea from actually one state in Selangor, from one of the officer working on it. So we buy in the idea, and we think it's a very good idea. So we start to approach the private, and again, because of the a demarcation of the public and private at the beginning, is very hard to actually sell the ideas, as the private normally would be money making oriented sort of service delivery, I assume, but I wouldn't say all, but mainly they are business marketing sort of a dental GP. So to begin with, it's quite difficult because of the demarcation of the healthcare system. But as time goes along, we have few private dental GP that actually cover some of these private kindergarten, and so as incentives wise, this GP will get some certain of CPD points for their involvement. So that one example of the collaboration with the private. Another collaborative effort that we started last year, we have noticed, as Dr. Eddie was mentioned just now, UiTM have this outreach program, in accordance to the Smile 3.0, going to the Aborigines in Johor. So we have noticed that there are bits and pieces of this outreach had been done with by the NGO, by the Ministry of Health, but we haven't got, it hasn't actually been centralized in a way that to coordinate or centralize in a way to avoid overlapping and things like that. So we have started last year getting embarked to NGOs, Ministry of Higher Education, to look into the target group, to ensure that we are not going to the same target group, but you guys have your own target group, we have our own target group, and we are asking them to do this incrementally. So this is in a way of, the collaboration to cover more wider populations. And some of the NGOs are quite active as well. So we have a very good discussion with NGO and Ministry of Higher Education as well, and also Ministry of Defence. Again, public-private partnership is the way to go. We have the recent World Oral Day celebration in 20th May that we could see a very good collaboration with Ministry of Defence, Ministry of Higher Education. UiTM had putting their mobile dental bus to cater service delivery for the participation during that celebrations. And we also have embarkment of the dental industry to pump up certain amount of budget to ensure that this celebration will have cater a wider range of populations. So and in view of that 20th May, the dental industry or the private dental GP also embarking to Better Oral Nasal campaign, having a 1 month of free dental checkup and also consultations, which I think is a good collaboration. These are just a few examples. We have a few more initiatives in line that in the pipeline, trying to get active participation to other dental fraternity. For example, we are working on future public-private strategic purchasing. We are looking into a very active collaboration with dental industry to help us in our mission in the reduction use of dental amalgam to patient, reduction in 25 and eventually phasing out by 2030 as well. So those are a few example that I could share, initiative in terms of collaborations. Back to you, Amirul.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Aziza. Indeed, this data sharing and collaboration between different stakeholders in the healthcare system is of utmost importance, and it enables the collaboration, facilitates informed decision making, and improves the patient care outcomes at the end. And by sharing data, healthcare providers, researchers, and policymakers gain access to a wealth of information which can lead to a better insights and more personalized approaches to healthcare. Thank you, Dr. Aziza. Now we have a very limited time, and this webinar has actually reached an end. Yet I would say there's a lot of things to discuss probably in the future. So finally, we open the floor to some questions from the audience, and we have collected quite a selection, and we will try to address as many as we can. We apologize if we don't have enough time to discuss all the questions. So from the chat box, the first question is to Prof. Mark from Atika Asha. The question is, we previously had to tackle patients asking Google, we are now adding to the list the ChatGPT patients. How do we ensure we optimize this in our patient management? More AI solutions are coming.
Yeah, what a great question. We have patients turning up with all sorts of interesting answers before we've even looked in that sense. I think the answer really lies in a general education, as we did with Google, that Dr. Google is not always right. And I think with ChatGPT, we're just at the very beginning on this journey. So I can sense everyone just thinks it's the solution to everything. And I think what we'll see over time is people starting to constrain their considerations of it. And once the message gets out that it's not always right, and we need to just reflect on that not always right story, I think we need to be promoting that as well as good evidence-based professionals. Forget that we're dental, just as professionals in the world, we should be communicating with our friends and family that, no, this is not the way to go forward. You need the expertise and the data set for the unique individual to come to an answer. I think we're going through a phase, but maybe I'm old.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Mark, for the answer. So the second question would be from Anis Ismail to also to Professor Mark. So the question is, may I know Professor Dr. Mark's opinion on mobile application for oral health education for the public?
Oh, I hope you have gained from the morning that I am absolutely 100% behind that innovation. And I think if you looked down my literature path, you would see me screaming from the rafters that the opportunities in those sorts of areas, in particular, and I think we have to be careful, educating people through, be it social media or these technological apps, whatever it might be, has to be done with subtlety. You don't want to bash people into submission. That's not the way forward in education. So I think we're still learning the art of how to get messages to stick through these technologies. And that's the important thing. If I was to say one thing, I think families in their home, messages stick better when they're communicated to in their own environments. I think, and I'm sorry to say this because I think it's been, and I oversaw much of this for many of my years of life, mass brushing in schools is effective at the time, but the sustainability of it, I think you're probably going to get more sustainability through technological communication directly into homes that is a chronic, shall we call it, a chronic intervention. Thank you. Good question.
Thank you, Prof. Mark, for the answer. So the next question would be from Nurliana Roslan to Dr. Eddie. While YouTube has been one of the platforms to learn, some offices or companies ban its usage due to misuse by certain people. What's your take on this issue?
YouTube. Okay. One of the companies. Okay, thank you, Liana, for the questions. Yes, to address this issue, I think in my point, one of the primary reasons for banning YouTube usage is to prevent employees from getting distracted, I think, and spending excessive time on non-work related activities. Okay, and on the other hand, YouTube does offer a wealth of educational and professional development content that can be very beneficial for employees. But I think we should have a balanced approach where we should have clear usage policies regarding YouTube and other video platforms that can help set expectations for employees. Okay, these policies should outline appropriate and limited usage of for work-related purposes while discouraging excessive or non-work related usage. Or we can even implement network filters or restrictions. Means that you still can use YouTube, but there are some filters or restrictions where we can only allow employees to utilize educational and professional content while blocking access to entertainment or time-wasting content, I think. And ultimately, you should find a balance, I think, between productivity and access to valuable resources. Okay, by establishing clear policies, implementing restrictions, or offer alternative platforms and provide education and awareness, maybe we can mitigate the risks associated with YouTube usage while still allowing us to benefit from its educational content, I think.
Thank you, Dr. Eddie. So this one will be probably the last question from the audience. There's a lot of questions, but due to the time constraint, so this is the last question that I will ask. It is from Zarin Zabri to Dr. Azliza. So university does nurture young minds to bring new ideas. The problem is when they go into service, their voice or idea often sidelined due to more senior individuals in the power position. Any tips or any comments, Doctor?
I was looking through the comments and I've read this question and I said, please don't give me this question. Yeah, I think I do agree with you. I probably I wouldn't say all. As I think Mark was saying, innovations, creative thinking lies in the the young blood, I suppose. Having said that, again, uni had been trained you guys to be innovative and creative at the same time, but once you entered the service, it just dies down. When you vocal up, people don't really take you seriously. But I guess I think you have to find a platform to actually bring your ideas, and the way that you to get the buy-in from the seniors, it has to be evidence based, I guess. As Mark was saying, it's not just by saying, look, I have this idea, that's it. People won't actually buy your ideas. I think you have to make it evidence based. Look, I've done this, and my data had shown this and this. So that's one thing. Another is a platform. I think as in oral health program, we have annually we have what we call Anugerah University Community and Creative Malaysia, something similar to ident tax in UiTM. We have what we call an innovation award that we done yearly. So it's a yearly platform that you can use to actually throw your ideas, make it work on it to get your evidence base and sell your ideas. Hopefully that way they don't slash it straight away of your ideas. As I mentioned, I do believe some of the culture work do ban ideas from the youngsters, but some culture work really appreciate and promote ideas from the youngsters. I think that's the way to go. You have to give it evidence base and use the correct platform to get your ideas out. And I think that's the way to go. That's it from me. I will answer your question.
Can I add a few words? Is that all right?
Sure, bro.
Because you know what, I understand this. I was in a system that tries to push you down, and I know this is probably not. Find a way, even if it means you start your innovation on your weekends, or you communicate with your local university and find, you know, a great person like Eddie and go, will you help me? Find a way. Don't always, you know, just do it quietly. I look back at Elon Musk. Could you imagine what someone would have said to him when he said, I want to launch a rocket and then land it on a ship on the ocean? Do you think people would have said, that's a great idea, let's do it? Of course not. So, or imagine the person who walked into Sergey Brim's office and said, I want to drive a car down every street in the world and photograph every street in the world. What would he have said? Sometimes you have to hold on to your idea and work very hard to fight for your idea, be it spend a little of your own time working up the evidence base quietly, clandestinely, shall we say, in the corner. Please, don't give up. Don't give up. That's the most important thing I could say to anyone young and innovative at the moment. Don't ever give up. You stick at it. Thank you. Sorry to be an extra spook.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Aziza and Prof. Mark, for the wonderful insights and thoughts. And as mentioned by Prof. Mark, please don't give up. Okay, thank you for all the questions. What we can conclude from our webinar in a nutshell: healthcare in digital environment innovations aim at being inclusive and can unintentionally worsen inequality by excluding individuals affected by poverty, limited adoption of digital healthcare innovations. Public health initiatives can actually play a crucial and important role in reducing the disparities linked to digital healthcare, guaranteeing that the marginalized population have equal access to the advantages of these innovations. Thank you once again. We are very honored to have Winter Professor Dr. Mark Tenen, Associate Professor Technologies Dr. Eddie Hasrul, and also Dr. Aziza for answering all those questions. And we have had the privilege of hearing from these three esteemed speakers who have shared their expertise and experiences in driving innovations in the dental field. It was a pleasure to have you with us today. So this concludes the webinar. Thank you for all for attending. We hope that today's discussion have sparked new ideas, inspired collaborations, and encouraged you to explore the potential of innovation in your own practices and research endeavors. Let's continue to work together to improve oral health outcomes, enhance patient experiences, and contribute to the advancement of dental healthcare. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, dear viewers, for your information, the evaluation attendance link will be shared in the chat box later for 30 minutes after the closing and award ceremony. Once you fill out the evaluation and attendance form and submit it, the e-cert will be emailed to you within 5 to 10 working days. Please fill that out and ensure you have entered your email and full name correctly, as your certificate of participation will be based on the information you enter there. Before I bid you a goodbye, please stay please stay for the closing ceremony, as we have our closing remarks from the Smile 3.0 Program Director, as well as the winner announcements for the photography and TikTok competition. Thank you. See you again in Smile 4.0 in 2025. Goodbye and stay inspired. Thank you once again.
never stays the same. Once you let it change. It's like a family tree, part of you and part of me. And if we should separate, go your own way, I won't wait.
Bring the funk back. Bring the funk back.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera dan salam Malaysia Madani. Dengan berakhirnya sesi webinar sebentar tadi, usailah sudah program Smile 3.0 dengan tema Kesihatan Mulut untuk Semua, Setiap Senyuman Bermakna. Aktiviti program Smile 3.0 telah dijalankan dengan memfokuskan kepada keterangkuman kesihatan mulut sebagai satu komponen penting dalam mencapai liputan kesihatan sejagat atau Universal Health Coverage. Hadirin yang saya hormati sekalian, saya mengambil kesempatan ini untuk mengucapkan tahniah kepada semua pemenang yang telah memenangi pertandingan-pertandingan anjuran Smile 3.0. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada semua peserta yang memeriahkan program ini dan nantikan pengumuman pemenang-pemenang bagi pertandingan fotografi dan TikTok Smile 3.0 melalui paparan video selepas ini. Smile 3.0 ini tidak akan berjaya tanpa usaha sama dengan rakan kolaboratif kami iaitu Yayasan Muhammad Noah, Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia, Sekolah Kebangsaan Pengkalan Tereh, Keluang, Johor, Jawatan Kuasa Pembangunan dan Keselamatan Kampung Orang Asli Pengkalan Tereh, Keluang, Johor, Jabatan Kemajuan Orang Asli, Pejabat Kesihatan Daerah Keluang, International College of Dentists Region 33 Malaysia, Persatuan Pakar Pergigian Kesihatan Awam Malaysia, Malaysia Dental Association, Dental Students Association dan Persatuan Juruterapi Pergigian Malaysia. Terima kasih juga diucapkan kepada penaja-penaja program Smile 3.0 iaitu International College of Dentists Region 33 Malaysia, Yayasan Muhammad Noah, Selcom DG Berhad, MDC Asia Link Berhad, Produk Optima Sendirian Berhad, Syarikat Faiza Sendirian Berhad dan FGV Holdings Berhad. Sekalum penghargaan buat para pensyarah kami yang tidak pernah berputus asa dalam membimbing kami dalam memastikan kami memberikan yang terbaik untuk program Smile 3.0. Saya juga mengambil kesempatan ini untuk memohon maaf di atas kekurangan atau kekhilafan daripada pihak kami. Akhir kata, Smile 3.0 bukan hanya sekadar program. Ia adalah satu langkah dalam menuju ke arah masa depan yang lebih sihat. Sebelum melabuhkan tirai, saya ingin memaklumkan bahawa program Smile akan berehat pada tahun hadapan. InsyaAllah, kita akan berjumpa lagi pada tahun 2025 untuk program Smile 4.0 bersama jawatan kuasa yang baru. Sekian, terima kasih dan jumpa lagi. Assalamualaikum.
hari ni kita nak share resipi sihat. Cap 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 capcay. Mula kita potong bawang.